All right, there we go. So sorry about the delay. My computer chose the best time to restart and do an update. But welcome back. It is Wednesday, June 14th. And for those who haven't been following, GameStop's been having fantastic past couple days. If you are a bull, RC rebought for something around $10 million, 400,000 shares. So very interesting times for those bulls. But if anyone's got ideas on GameStop or anything else, feel free to come up, raise your hand, and of course, can't leave this intro without mentioning Adobe Adobe earnings. Of which many of you are holding calls. So Godspeed to all of you. It's not today.
FOMC.
Oh gosh, that deserves a title change.
Yeah, I sold my calls early because I was up 85%, and I was like losing on my last few trades, so I was like, this time I'm gonna take the gains.
Opinion, I'm gonna send a couple suggestions in stage mod.
Sounds good.
Or actually, here, I'll put it in the chat. Which one should we make the title, everybody?
I like the Fed's dollar dance. J-Pow drops rates like they're hot. Fear of missing calls. Decibel, that's a really good one. These are all really good.
So something I found hilarious, there's a ticker called FOMC, and the current price is 0.
We don't talk about FOMC. Yeah, so
FOMO worldwide. This just sounds like it was a meme stock destined to fail.
Blackfire, yes, I did use GPT-4 to come up with these.
Around here we call it visual mod.
No. See-through AI doesn't do any generative AI work. They are AI in name. Sort of like how some people here call themselves good traders. They are good traders only in name. So, GameStop's on a tear. For those who haven't sold half on a double, I strongly encourage that you do. FOMC comes out. J-Pow talks, I think, at 2:30 today Eastern time. So I'll be back around here. I'll be back here around that time to trade live SPY D0 DTEs. See if we can benefit from the whiplash that J-Pow is probably going to talk about. Opinion, do you type on a French keyboard?
I do. My phone is in French.
Got it. Petra Dragon, the reason why is my former nanny left to move back home to take care of her mother, and I've been interviewing replacement nannies for the last 3 weeks. So I had to sacrifice time elsewhere.
So I'm looking at the info about this FOMC ticker. They got 2 employees.
Probably why the stock price is 0.
Yeah, I wonder what they even do.
Yeah, so they're an OTC. They are worth 4 hundredths of a cent.
Can we buy them out hostily?
I mean, their market cap's less than $1 million, so yeah.
I think everyone in this on this call right now can just take them over.
According to their website, they develop direct investment and affiliations. Majority and minority owned, as well as in joint venture formats that afford emerging companies access to the public markets for expansion capital, as well as spin-out options to become their own standalone public companies.
I feel like we could easily manage that.
Yeah. I got $2 sitting in my account. I could buy a couple thousand shares.
I might just do it just for the fuck of it. What's everyone's predictions for the whether pause or 0.25% rate hike?
I think markets are predicting overall.
Market's
pause.
predicting a pause, which makes sense because that gives J. Powell then room to see the unemployment hike, assuming there is one, and then potentially re-up afterward.
Yeah, I might buy some SPY calls to see if. Because I think whether it's a pause or even a 0.25, that should be bullish, right? Well, it's bullish for me.
Guys, very curious to hear what puts you're shopping for today. By 330s a month out. All right. Wait, what? 330? Took me a second there. I don't know. I have a feeling there's not going to be as much chaos as some of you would like to see. I can't read my user. Puts on my boss Kenny G. What's the vehicle you're going to use for that? GameStop calls, I guess. Let's see. GameStop up slightly in pre-market. Well, or solidly above where it was pre-earnings. Well, Eyes of the Valley. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did anyone notice that United Health dropped heavily after hours last night? It's like a huge crash, but I didn't see any news about why. But
Did you say Night Owl?
What's that?
What was the company name? Did you say Night Owl?
No, United Health, the ticker UNH.
Ah.
They're like the top holding in the Dow, so it moved the Dow pretty heavily.
Yeah, that is a big move.
Hey, opinion. You know what's a really big move? The Vegas Knights Stanley Cup last. I think somebody told me 9-3. I mean I thought it was 8-3. Brilliant. Best fucking. I think it's the best playoffs I've ever. Like all time. I mean, 80s guys will rock with me on that one, and they can show me old school shit. But no, I'm sorry. That was the best ever.
I'm glad to hear it. But we're getting some roasting from Let Me Wolf at You. So I think we got to come up with some more interesting plays this morning to make it worth the listeners' while. Plug is up 8% pre-market. UNH was down at 5.5% yesterday, or sorry, in after hours. Rivian is out of the NASDAQ bucket. Is that because they're just not making any money, PP?
They dropped like 99% like all time. I don't know the exact number, but something in the 90s. I think they missed the threshold to be in the top 100.
But I mean, something dropping 99% has never stopped WallStreetBets from investing in it before.
Oh no, but so like they're not being delisted from the NASDAQ. They're being pushed out of QQQ, the NASDAQ 100.
So I just dropped in the chat a list of the Gamma Max and Delta Neutral crosses that happened over yesterday's trading. Feel free to comb through those for options trading opportunities. I'll eventually see about getting the daily version of this published to half on a double so that you can follow along. I'm also trying to figure out how to create automatically historical statistics on things like how many days since the cross was the next cross, how far away from delta neutral or gamma max did the price move, that kind of stuff. Things to help increase the probability you find a reaction that makes sense and earns money and so on.
So Hardy, I missed the first couple minutes. I'm assuming you're gonna be on later for another one of your FOMC plays, right? Depending on factors.
I'm gonna be trading FOMC unless Noah decides to have a tantrum. Has nothing. Well, you want to know what a gamma ramp is? So, as out of the money options approach in the money, more and more shares need to be bought in order to satisfy the hedging obligations to provide the shares if exercised. Assuming that the number of out the money positions that go in the money increases faster than short option holders can buy shares to hedge their positions, can inadvertently cause the price to accelerate upward. Not exactly, Stipper. because futures, the amount of speculation in futures is significant. Yeah, exactly. And should probably, if you go to the Federal Reserve's website, the live stream of the press conference will be there. As an option buyer, the gamma wrap is important because the probability your options go in the money increases, and so the value of the option goes up, at least for calls. We're not streaming FOMC to the chat because the lag and the delay isn't worth it. You're better off watching it directly from the source. J-Dog's got a bunch of leaps and a BLDR monthly. That's too much of a simplistic evaluation. You really should click each link for the ticker Blackfire and see how it reacted in the past. So potentially good example would be looking at PFE, which I believe is Pfizer. The last time they hit Gamma Max, or do we have enough people? I think I can share a screen. Hang on a second. Okay, everybody see this chart for Brave? So PFE,
Yeah, I can see it.
the last time it went to Gamma Max was here on May 23. The time before that was April 6, and the time before that looks to be December 14. And pretty much every time since, the price went downsies. So hypothetically, you could buy puts at the money for Pfizer with the expectation the price will go down in the medium term. Let's call it 6 weeks. Makes sense? AMD and Adobe, I don't think crossed today. Yeah, they didn't cross. So if we were to look them up. So AMD last crossed, looks like on the 25th. But also notice, for previous Gamma Max crosses, it took a very small pullback and then just kept running up. So it's not really a trustworthy signal at this point, because the history clearly isn't repeating itself. Blackfire, the blue line is a stock price. So just for everyone else's reference, the legend is up here, top left. The blue line is a stock price, red price is the Gamma Max. Gamma Max is the price where a hypothetical portfolio of options made up of a ticker's option open interest has the highest portfolio level gamma. And then delta neutral is the price where that same hypothetical portfolio of a ticker's option open interest has a portfolio level delta of 0. Buy? Yeah, let's have a look. This chart is also on half on a double. So if you go to half on a double / chart, I think you'll be able to see this interface. So for these plays, Blink, I pretty much do at the money. Main reason why is because pricing the options is computationally expensive, and there are like 1.5 million options contracts at the moment. So I can't price all of them. So Blink, that was your question. J-Dog, let's see. Pause is not automatically a green day, mainly because pause has been priced in. If Fed raises rates, that would be red, because the cost of capital increases and companies that are even leveraged even more will have their share price discounted as a result. If the rates are decreased, flat to bullish, but more on the flat side, only because that decrease could be met by an increase the next time they meet. The unemployment hike, keep in mind, most of the layoffs have been in the tech sector, and most of those layoffs come with reasonably generous severance packages. So it'll be several months from those initial layoffs before the severance packages run out and the people laid off can apply for unemployment, which would then affect the employment rate. Boozy, that depends on how much you're willing to potentially lose your initial cost basis. Let's see. Carnival, CCL. Yeah, I'd wait for them to cross back down below Gamma Max, because this is unprecedented. I don't really see any instance of that happening in their history. Initial hot, the price could go up, could go down. So Blackfire, in order for there to be a green day, FOMC needs to drop rates by 100 basis points. Guaranteed green day. Ask a silly question, you get a silly answer. Stipper, the reason why they're potentially doing a pause now is so that they can raise the hike later in the summer. Because if they hike now and then hike again later, that might accelerate the pain.
So, like, get May started like it should have. Go away in May. Yeah, I'm going way out there, and you're gonna fucking laugh. I don't care. I'm going. He's gonna have an aqua tie, and it's 0.75. He's going up. Way the fuck out there. I'm fucking so fucking out there.
All right. Oracles. Tilray. Not really tradable. Cleveland. This is a possibility here. Let's see, Boyle. Stipper, if we hike now, that doesn't necessarily mean no hike later. I think part of the trouble is that they're waiting for confirmation of the unemployment numbers, which come out after the Fed rate hikes, or the Fed fund rate announcement. So Blackfire, the market is pricing in no change, right? So if no change happens, then any additional uncertainty premium that was priced into the options goes away, reducing the price of the options and therefore the price of the shares slightly. in order for the market to go up, you basically need rates to go down because the value of a bond is inversely related to its yield. So currently, if you were to put your money in T-bills, the 5 and change percent return that you get effectively means you have a PE ratio of 19. So anything with a PE ratio in excess of 19 needs to have a very good growth story to justify the incremental risk you're taking at that inflated PE ratio. Anything losing money or that has a poor growth story that has a PE above 19 is a candidate for puts, medium term, until rates come back down. Exactly, Ryler. And odds are the debt's going to be in like the high single digits. So whatever you invest the money into needs to be able to return at least, let's say, 8% just to service the debt. Forget about profits.
Yeah, that's why a lot of times I suggest looking at small cap value companies, because even though they're more volatile, that there's a premium that you gain from their more potential to become a growth company in the future.
Lumen puts might be on the table for those still watching my screen. Just looking at all the previous times it approached Gamma Max. The downside, of course, is it's a very low dollar stock. XSP. Nope. I think it could go down or go up. Or here. Let's give you a non-silly answer. What happened to my level 2 chart? There's option chain. Okay, so let's look at Adobe. So let's see, earnings is on Thursday after market close. So if you were to buy a June strangle, well, I don't have pricing at the moment, but I'm noticing here Vega is 15 cents on one side, 15 points. Let's call it 30 cents per point of implied volatility. And then Adobe has implied volatility of 100 points for the June expiration. I'm assuming the earnings announcement probably came out. Let's have a look. Adobe.
So Adobe has earnings on Thursday. I bought calls on Monday morning when it was trading at 460. I ended up selling them yesterday morning because it rose to almost 500. And then I was gonna hang on to some to like go into earnings, but I'm a little worried that because of that run up that it's losing steam. So I don't know if they still haven't come out with their AI stuff yet. So that's not baked into their sales.
Can anyone please find the press release where Adobe was announcing the earnings date or the date of the earnings call?
I think I just saw it on the one that's pinned for WallStreetBets. So
What was the date of that press release? The reason why is I'm trying to figure out how far the implied volatility will fall after the earnings, so we can calculate IV crush. You understand?
Oh yeah, totally.
No. That's when earnings will be announced. But when was the press release announcing the earnings call? Like, when did they formally announce that is the date that earnings would happen?
Yeah, that I'm not too sure of, and not at my computer.
Okay, so let's say just based on the IV here, worst case, let's say it was May 19. IV was in the 30s, so that's a 70-point IV crush against 30 cents a share. What is that? $2.10? $21. That's a $21 decrease in the value of the strangle. How do you? All right, thank you, Etypic. So June 5, IV was 47 points versus the 100 now. So that's a 53-point decrease in IV times the 30 cents represents $15.90 of IV crush for a strangle at the money. So if you think the price of Adobe needs to move beyond about $16 in either direction in order for you to break even on a strangle. So if you think Adobe earnings will move that far, go ahead, buy the strangle. Otherwise, you're probably better off doing an iron condor. Does that all make sense? That's broadly speaking how I handle the earnings. I calculate the cost of the crush and see if it's greater, if I think it'll be greater than the crush. Gulag Boy, this is Interactive Brokers Active Trade Station, or whatever they call it. Yeah, so about half the value of the option contract will be in IV crush. So you've been warned. The strangle at the money basically means you're buying the first out the money put and the first out the money call for a given ticker for the same expiration date. I do pay for market data. I'm paying like $40 a month. Not bad. 1 week of GameStop short contracts pays for it. I wonder to what extent Adobe has made money for their Figma acquisition.
What's everybody's thoughts about Tesla re-entering the $1 trillion club, especially with Cybertruck updates coming out? Supposedly, the first of deliveries supposedly landing in quarter 3 or quarter 4 of 2023. Sounds like the semi truck is also not too far down the road. How long do you guys think it's going to be in the next couple months or so, or further down the road? Curious as to your guys' opinions.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I wanted to pose a question to the group and the chat. General thoughts on Rocket Lab. If there's a play here, or what you expect the future to hold for it. I ask because it's seen almost a 50% growth in stock price within the last 3 months, steadily inching towards $6 price. I know it's got earnings coming up on August 9th. I've been holding $5 calls for about a month and a half now. Just wondering if it's a good time to take profits, or if the expectation is a general increase in price. Also wondering if anybody knows of any events upcoming that could affect stock price, maybe SpaceX launches have some effect on it. Just wondering if there are any Rocket Lab insights to discuss. Thanks all.
So, are you up on your calls?
Yes, but obviously there's the primate brain side of my brain is like more money is to be had. But yes, I've made a nice profit so far.
Because I'm sure Hardy's going to talk about theta burn. So, like, what percentage up are you on those calls?
Uh, 320 on July 21 expiry $5 calls.
Sounds like a good time to take profit to me.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely the rational. That's definitely the rational call. I guess what's like making me be silly about it is just in the past week alone, it's had a 13% growth. Just wondering if there's more room to grow there, or if it's like money taking time. But yeah, I should probably cash at least more than half of these out.
Well, if they're up 300%, then you can do a third on a double instead of a half on a double and still keep 2/3 of your calls.
Or you could still do a half and just have a chunk of it be profits that you put in your pocket.
This is true. No such thing as a bad profit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Personally, if I was in your situation, I would sell half and know I got my money back plus some extras, and then you can let the rest ride, because what's it matter? It can go to zero and you still have cash in your pocket, right?
Yeah, at this point, I could take what I put in a little bit more and still let a bunch ride out. It's funny, people in the chat are saying I sound like Musk. It'd be funny if it was me trying to manipulate my competitors' stock price.
Yeah, nice try, Elon.
Speaking of him, he did announce on Twitter that the next Starship launch, orbital launch attempt is going to be in 6 to 8 weeks, which puts it in the August timeframe, which is right around the earnings date for Rocket Lab.
Yeah, seeing that tweet is actually what inspired me to hop on. You know what? I'm gonna do some quick DD, see how the stock reacted during the last SpaceX launch.
You're gonna need a better voice changer, Elon.
I'll work on that for the next Neuralink firmware update.
Thank you.
Where are you from, Blackfire?
Born and raised in Puerto Rico. Been living in Miami for the last 2 years due to my job.
Well, the point is you're not South African, so it can't be Elon.
I mean, that's what Elon would want you to think.
I love where this is going.
Gonna make Elon great again. So if anybody's interested, the last SpaceX Starship launch was on 420. Rocket Lab went, its price decreased over the next couple of weeks. About 2 weeks later, it started a general upturn. So don't necessarily think it's related. I mean, unless, well, I don't personally consider that Starship launch to be a failure just because it burst into flames. Still think there was a lot of insights that SpaceX gained from it. But I guess like the general opinion and like the news and pop culture was that it was a failure of a launch. So maybe that's why the price went down. I don't know.
Let me do an Elon Musk check. Hey, Elon, what's your baby's name? It's not Elon.
Imagine when like kid gets in trouble. How are they supposed to call his name?
What's that?
I'm just like, if that kid gets in trouble, like if I got in trouble, I'd always get like the full name, and that's when I knew I was screwed. But they're gonna have such a hard time saying his name when he gets in trouble. By the time they finish, they're gonna forget what he did.
He never gets in trouble. He goes to his dad's school.
Did you catch that? That's my favorite pronunciation of the name. Hopefully you caught that. That's my favorite pronunciation of the name.
If you had said something based on the pronunciation, we did not hear anything.
I was basically playing the dial-up noises from modem era of the internet.
Beautiful.
I believe the child's name is pronounced Rini.
Trump Musk. Good name.
I think it's pronounced money. Money.
We got 10 minutes till the market opens. Do you guys plan anything else?
Well, I noticed that C3 AI's price sort of is in a pre-market free fall. If anybody held calls overnight.
Yeah, I think because when I was listening to their earnings call last week or the week before, but it sounded like it's going to be 2024 to 2025 that they're going to see a lot of their ideas come to fruition. So that might be part of it.
I don't even understand why it ballooned yesterday. Like, was there a trigger event?
Not that I'm aware of. I remember during the Oracle earnings call too, like they just from mentioning AI a lot, talking about their cloud computing, that bumped them up. I don't know if there was like a ripple effect to other AI companies from that.
Yeah, that lasted about, what, a week? 'Cause it's pretty much back to its pre-earnings call price now.
Yeah, whenever the hype dies down a bit from that, it usually reverts to the mean.
I know a lot of people in the main chat were playing AMC calls yesterday. Generally up pre-market, although it's gone down since pre-market opened. Still don't get what people see in that stock, other than like meme energy.
Yeah, I mean it's big in the meme stocks channel we have here, and I think part of that has to do with just the fact that GameStop and AMC are known on WallStreetBets as like the top two, so I think they'll forever be in the spotlight.
I've before the blackout, I was noticing on Reddit that actually C3 AI is sort of getting that meme ape stock like mentality. There's even like a couple subreddits dedicated to like holding it to the moon. But I think that's just like misplaced faith in that whole saying AI equals stock price.
It's just, I think it's based purely on they secured the ticker AI, so I think they lucked out with that one.
It's such a good name. Someone should make it like an ETF just on stocks that have meme names, like regardless of DD. Just so you can have like AI there, Moon, Rocket
Yeah, some
Lab.
of them. Yeah. There's a ticker called Moon, MOON, and I think it's filled with companies or I might be thinking of another one, but there are meme ETFs, and they don't do as well. Like there was one called Buzz, BUZZ, that was supposed to be like any companies that had like some buzz around them, and like a lot of people jumped in on it as soon as it was listed, and then it just never really picked up.
That's funny. I just looked up Moon ETF. Top asset is C3 AI, then Microvision.
Oh, okay. So I guess I was right.
Yeah.
Well, so
I mean,
what I'm seeing,
yeah, go ahead.
So like top is AI, then Asana, so ASAN, FSLI, Fastly. So their fourth top holding is Microvision. So anyone who remembers Fractal Guy remembers that company. Twilio, Arcturus Therapeutics, Sentinel One, Squarespace, BioBridge Pharma, and Okta Inc. Class A.
It's not a terrible ETF, but it's still probably overvalued stuff.
It went up 3.5% yesterday. Now that penny stock that we talked about earlier, the FOMC, and the company name is FOMO Worldwide. Yeah, they're worth 0.04 of a cent. So every 100 shares you buy is worth 4 cents. They went up 100% yesterday. So yeah, they doubled from 0.02 of a cent to 4.
What's the name of that ticker? Is it literally FOMC?
Yes, that is the ticker, FOMC, and the company name is FOMO Worldwide. They have 2 employees, and they were founded in the 90s.
They're not even listed on Robinhood.
They're over the counter over the counter.
That's funny. And don't forget about RE.
Oh yeah. Still holding my RE.
Yeah, I'm still holding 10,000 shares of RE. My price target is $4.20 for next year. $4.20. Sorry.
Hey, has anyone had any luck trying to sell covered calls on RE?
So he doesn't come around here much anymore. Yiflo I think he was selling puts on it, and I remember him messaging. He's like, some idiot bought these, so he made some decent money.
Another stock that I was looking at since last week was Lockheed Martin. due to the UFO disclosure news that was supposed to be coming on Sunday. I mean, it did come on Sunday. However, the price actually tanked at market close on Monday following the interview. I guess people weren't too sold. But yeah, I didn't invest in it because I have a lot of like emotional attachment to the topic, so I knew I wasn't gonna see it clearly. So I guess I'm glad it didn't. But you know, Lockheed Martin working on making slapping alien cheeks a reality.
Yeah, there's also an ETF called UFO, and it's like it's called the Procure Space ETF. I don't know if that one has any potential, but it's been on my radar ever since we've been talking about UFOs lately. I'm a big fan of ETFs. If you haven't noticed, I love especially ones with like stupid names.
Looking at the oh gosh, so their second largest holding on that UFO ETF is Rocket Lab, and then you go down the line a bit. They have their 5% of their holding, or 5.3%, is GSAT.
It's pretty awesome.
I'm surprised they're not holding any defense companies. I mean, if it's UFO based, you figure that would be tied into it.
And then they got Garmin and Sirius XM.
I think there's a defense ETF called DFEN. I don't know if it still exists. It might even be a leveraged one now that I think about it.
Yeah, it is leveraged actually. And yeah, that would be the defense one. I wonder if there's any non-leveraged one.
I'm sure there is, but that's the first one that came to mind.
Thank you.
So it looks like it's ITA, iShares Dow Jones U.S. Aerospace and Defense ETF.
We are open.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I just took a hit on my United Health. Oh well.
Just placed an order for FOMC at 0.03 per share. See if anyone bites on that.
Oh, I gotta put my order in. How many shares you getting?
I put in for 5,000.
Okay.
So at 0.03 a share, that'd be $1.50.
Okay. I'll try to. I like to match people, so I'll do 5,000. Well.
Tesla's just nosediving after having a good before market opening day.
AMC holding strong at $5 a share. Surprised they still haven't done the merger of the stocks.
Hasn't even been news about the merger.
Yeah, Ape is down half a cent.
So, what's the rumor on AMC merger? I haven't really heard about it.
So, Raj, this is your place, so you can talk about it if you want.
Alright, abridged version. AMC issued Ape shares because they weren't allowed to issue AMC shares, but they still want to raise money because they don't have any. But they do have debt. They've got plenty of that. So they did a vote. The Ape shares passed. They convert 1-to-1 into AMC shares. So that is to say that one Ape share becomes one AMC share when the conversion happens. And now it's stuck in litigation because that was bullshit backdoor dilution. And the people complaining aren't wrong. And the judge who's holding it up isn't wrong. And it's sitting in limbo until they figure out how they're solving this.
Oh, it's fascinating. Did they name it Ape in reference to like meme stock culture?
Yep. They gave it pure meme stock everything.
Oh, that's so on the nose. That's funny.
But it's now there is a play to be had if you want to hold on to Ape shares. Because if that vote passes, then they convert to AMC. Now, AMC should go down, but in theory, Ape should go up. And they should meet somewhere probably not in the middle, probably lower than the middle, but still more than what Ape is worth. But God knows how long you're holding that, and do you want to hold Ape shares? Is that the life you want to live? Maybe.
Yeah. Don't know how to feel about living on
I'm
a judge ruler.
I'm a proud Ape bag holder. I made a ton of money on AMC, and if I make money on the Ape shares, it's just icing on the cake. I'm okay with that.
Nice. I guess it reminds me a little bit of the crypto coin Ripple, how it's also depending on a judgment by a judge. Yeah, just kind of an uncertain future to be in. Does anybody play Ripple? Crypto talk is out here, but wondering.
You can talk crypto here. On these chats, you can talk pretty much anything as long as you're not trying to shill some, like, penny bullshit. And then people just call you out and tell you to stop.
Causes every single crypto to go down like it did a few days ago, all at once. How do they all have news or have situations that make them all go down at the same time by 10, 12, 8%?
I feel like the crypto space is so like emotionally intertwined because of the type of holders that hold crypto. I think just generally bad news for one exchange or coin generally drags the market on the top coins. Well, I guess stock market works like that too, but I don't know. It feels more concentrated in the crypto space.
So with all the court stuff or the talking about crypto, all of a sudden, 5 days ago, after all the talk for weeks, everything goes down at once. I just don't understand that.
Because the market acts in mysterious ways, and if it was predictable or logical, people would make a lot of money off of it.
Well, that was because of the SEC announcement about going after Binance and Coinbase, and combined with the media misrepresenting what the SEC is actually doing. And then there's also 11 states that filed suit against Coinbase because they're not registered as security dealers in those states. And so, like, all those things combined is what caused the recent dip in the crypto prices.
I know there's also been some statements. I think there was an interview with the current head of the SEC, where, I mean, he didn't flat out say it, but you can just tell the current administration, or at least SEC, is very bearish on crypto in general. I think those may be generally driving down the price. I'll see if I can find the article that I'm thinking of.
I understand that. I just been figuring the other day it was talked about the day after and everything would go down. A week later or so or whatever, then that day everything goes down, like they all did it at one time. So it's just like I said, mysterious to me, but great answer. Thanks.
I mean, make no mistake about it, the current administration is not a fan of crypto overall, but and the media is playing along with them. But, like, for example, in the suit against Coinbase, there were 4 tokens that were specifically mentioned in the suit. It didn't include all crypto, like it doesn't include Bitcoin, it doesn't include Litecoin, some of the other legit cryptocurrencies. There are 4 tokens that were mentioned where the companies are acting like or are treating their cryptocurrency as a security, which is illegal according to SEC regulations. But the media is trying to make it out to seem like the SEC's action is against all crypto, and it's not.
So the SEC chair went on CNBC, I guess, last week, and I guess generally said some pretty negative things on crypto in general, such as, quote, "The entire crypto industry business model is built on non-compliance." He later said, "We don't need more digital currency." Just wondering if, like, comments like that from the SEC were sort of like a market trigger on dumping crypto. And I mean, I don't think because people don't believe in it, like those that hold it. I just think that they're scared of what further, probably bad government regulation is going to apply on the whole industry. I don't know. It seems just like boomer thinking. I'm not one of those people that thinks crypto is like, the next messiah, but I also don't think it's as scary or mystical as I guess the older people in financial generation believe it is.
Well, I mean, with Bitcoin, there's really no one they can go after. I mean, who are you going to serve papers to? There's no headquarters. There's no company that's behind it. It's basically the people around the world who want to get into Bitcoin can choose to do so on their own. So there's really no one for them to go after. But with other tokens like Matic and Polygon and from Polygon and Cardano and some of the other ones, there are organizations that back those currencies that the SEC can go after. But, like, please, by all means, if you have Bitcoin, please do sell and sell a lot of it so that it pushes the price down so I can buy more. And please sell everything that you have so I can buy it all, because I think long-term Bitcoin is going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. Like, hasn't it been said? It's probably fair just don't know as a fact off the top of my head, but like holding on to Bitcoin over the past 10 years has outperformed like every savings account interest rate out there. Quote, in 2020 alone, Bitcoin returned over 300% in value, while most savings accounts offered interest rates less of 1% at a time.
Well, banks have always been like that. They'll give you a toaster and it'll cost you $30,000 in 10 years for the toaster.
And unlike a bank, your Bitcoin is stored on the blockchain, so it can't vanish and it can't go under, and you can't lose your deposits even if you have over $250,000 worth of Bitcoin. You're never going to lose it because it's stored on the blockchain, and as long as you own your keys to your crypto, that will always be yours, and you never have to worry about bank closures. You never have to worry about halting deposits. You never have to worry about a lot of the stuff that you do with traditional banks. On top of that, China, Russia, and the U.S. have tried to ban crypto on numerous occasions. And as you can see, Hong Kong is now regulating crypto and Bitcoin. And Hong Kong kind of scooped the U.S. on the whole cryptocurrency area by allowing them to regulate it. So, Bitcoin is just, it's beyond the ability of any government to stop.
So I'm pretty amateur when it comes to crypto. I've always heard the phrase, not your keys, not your cheese. But as somebody who is into crypto, but I guess not as my main investment vehicle, it honestly seems so tedious and just like honestly emotionally off-putting, this whole notion of taking your investments off of like platforms like Coin and putting it into, I think it's called a cold wallet one. I don't know. Technologically, it seems complicated too. It reminds me of like putting your money on their mattress. And by the way, I know like logically it's actually the opposite. I'm just saying like the idea of just having my crypto in Coin is so much more goddamn attractive than like writing down a long encrypted password on a piece of paper or on a device I'm supposed to put in a safe. I guess the question would be like, is it okay if you only have like a couple $1,000s invested in crypto to have it in a exchange like Coinbase? Like, at what threshold should you like switch to actually having it on your own personal wallet? Is it not as complicated as I'm making it seem, and it should change now? Just thoughts out there for crypto players to talk about.
Well, you hit the nail right on the head. With a dollar bill, like most people, if you look at other currencies, with the dollar bill, most people don't know everything that dollar bill goes through in order to end up in your bank account, or in order to be cleared by the Federal Reserve, in order to be cleared by your bank, cleared by the Federal Reserve, and like people, the complexity of the transaction with a dollar bill is shielded from the individual. And basically you open up a bank account and that's really all you have to do. The Bitcoin is missing that sort of shielding people from the complexity of it. You do have to understand like what it means to have your own keys, what it means to have a cold storage wallet, and how that plays into it. And I think that's where companies like MicroStrategy and other Bitcoin aficionados have a job to do to create a solution that shields the average user from the complexity of what actually goes on behind Bitcoin. And I think once you have that happen, I think that's when you get mass adoption. To compare to the internet, like the internet has been around since the late 60s, early 70s, right? But early on, the internet used things like FTP, Gopher, Newsnet news service. You had to dial up into a cloud somewhere, and you had to know a little bit of technology in order to use the internet. Once they developed the World Wide Web, it all of a sudden shielded the average user from the complexity of using the internet, and that's when the internet exploded. Once the HTML protocol came out and the World Wide Web was launched in the early 90s, that was when the internet really exploded. But the internet was around for decades before the World Wide Web came along. And that's what needs to happen to Bitcoin and you know the other legitimate cryptocurrencies, is the complexity of the technology needs to be hidden from the user so it becomes intuitive for them to use. And that's the part that's missing. I mean, you hit the nail right on the head. It's like that's the part that's preventing the mass adoption of Bitcoin, and it's basically only being adopted by people that are, you know, technically savvy or very greedy, to give them the desire to be technically savvy.
And what's your intuition on why that's taken so long to occur? You know, because I feel like that transition that
again,
you
it was
described for the internet.
Yeah, again, it was like with the internet. Nobody told Tim Berners-Lee to sit down and develop the HTTP protocol and you know the World Wide Web. You know, he did it as an effort to make it easier to access documents at CERN, and to tie documents together on a specific project, and to make them searchable, and you know, so he didn't do it because anyone told him to do it, right? He just thought he had a better idea of how they can manage their documents and the research and connect things and search for things on using internet technology. And I think that's the same thing that's going to happen. Nobody, like, there's no organization behind Bitcoin to say, you know, hey, we're going to fund the development of simple tools that make it easier, that shield the complexity of Bitcoin from the average user. Somebody out there is going to do it, and then it's going to blow up. And it might take a year, it might take 5 years, it might take 10 years. But with things like what's happening now with Hong Kong regulating Bitcoin, and with countries like El Salvador that have actually adopted Bitcoin as a legal currency for their countries, and the other countries that are doing that are going to create the environment or that development. Somebody's going to be motivated to develop the tools to make it simpler for the average person to use. And I'm pretty confident it's going to happen at some point. It's just a question of when.
That's very true. I always wonder how come people haven't caught on yet to how easy it is to send money. Would have to pay Western Union. Once it becomes easier, like you said, those companies will have some problems. But it's so cheap to send money.
And you've just struck upon, like, my use case. The other part of it is use cases. Like people are waiting for someone to tell them what the use case is for Bitcoin and for cryptocurrency. But at the end of the day, you need to figure out for yourself how to make it work for you. And as far as like what you were talking about, the cost of transacting with through banks and stuff like that is what led me to Bitcoin, because I think some of you heard me mention this before. My father receives a pension from Romania, which is a former communist country. And then, you know, like once we escaped to the United States and communism fell, he still gets a pension from Romania. It's not much, it's a couple of $100. But when we were trying to transfer the couple of $100 from Romania to the United States, by the time the money gets here, it's like every bank is taking their little cut out of that, and he's getting less money than the banks are collecting in fees to transfer the money from Romania to the United States. So what we did for my dad was we you know, my relatives in Romania, they created a Bitcoin account. They transferred his pension into Bitcoin, and they sent us the Bitcoin here in the United States, and all the transaction fees were all but eliminated. I mean, it cost pennies. It used to cost $50 to depending on which bank you go to, it's like $50 to $75 in expense to transfer money from Romania and exchange it into US dollars. So by the time he got by the time he got his $200 pension, it got cut down to like $125. Transferring Bitcoin from Romania and doing the same thing cost maybe $2 at most. And he gets to keep the bulk of his money. So that was the use case for how we wanted to use Bitcoin, and it's worked out really well. You know, he gets to keep most of his money instead of giving it to the banks in fees. So like people have to figure out what their own use case is and how they can benefit from Bitcoin. And those transaction fees are huge. The other thing that banks in the United States like to do is that if you go below a certain balance, they like to take money out of your account. Like some banks have minimum balance requirements and stuff like that. With Bitcoin, nobody can take the money out of your Bitcoin account unless you approve it. They can't just go in there and willy-nilly help themselves to your money. But banks do that on a regular basis here with U.S. dollar bank accounts. They just help themselves to your money, and in some cases it gets even more egregious. Like Wells Fargo engaged in a decades-long campaign of actually signing their customers up for services behind the scenes that they didn't even know about. And again, with Bitcoin, it would not have been able for them to do that. They can't do that because they need your approval in order for any money to be transferred out, for any Bitcoin to be transferred out of your account. You have to approve it. No one could just help themselves to it. And that's why the concept of your keys, your money is such an important concept, because it gives you control over your money instead of some third party.
Yeah, I still can't believe how relatively lightly Wells Fargo got off for that bullshit. I know I think they got $1 billion fine, but for them that's kind of still a drop in the bucket. And yeah, international wire fees have always been insane.
They were talking about how that was the biggest fine ever in banking history, and then it's oh yeah, by the way, that was 10% of the profits.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all digital anyway. So for them to charge, it's like they're charging you the amount of money it would take to buy a plane ticket to bring the money to you in person. I mean it's ridiculous. It's just, and it's not a flat fee either. It's a percentage of the amount that you're trying to transfer. So the more you transfer, the more money they get. Forget about it. With Bitcoin, you can transfer money anywhere you want at much lower cost. And then really, sorry, one last thing. The big thing that Bitcoin brings to the table that nobody really talks about is that up until now, financial transactions are based on the concept of trust, right? That's why you have a central bank, because they're sort of the central trust authority that guarantees your money. You trust that your bank is going to properly manage your money. You finances were based on trust because you had no way of being able to publicly or independently verify information. You have to trust your bank to do what they're doing. What Bitcoin introduces to this, or actually transforms, is that it replaces trust with transparency, because you can query the Bitcoin blockchain. Like if somebody says, I'm going to pay you 100,000 Bitcoin for X, Y, and Z, you can ask for their wallet address, and you can verify that they actually have that money in the bank and that they're not going to screw you over, right? There's that transparency that you have that you don't have with any other financial tool available to you today. And transparency trumps trust, because you don't need to put your trust in someone that's ultimately going to violate that trust, like Wells Fargo did with their customers, right? Their customers placed a lot of trust in Wells Fargo not to screw them over, and what does Wells Fargo do? They screw them over. It's like they took the first opportunity they could to fuck their customers over, and they did it for a whole decade. So this concept of transparency is hugely important in business and finance, because everything up like a transaction is based on trust, and the fundamental principle of economics is perfect information. And that's one of the things, like with the transparency that Bitcoin has, you have that perfect information to be able to see what the transaction is going to be before it actually occurs. Huge, and nobody really mentions that, but from an economic and financial standpoint, that's huge.
No, for sure. It's technology that will make people's lives much easier, especially in the use case of international transactions, technically like the ones you discovered. Some resistance that I've seen among people in day-to-day lives is this notion of, what if I input the address wrong and I send my money to somebody the wrong person by mistake, I'll never be able to get it back. But I mean, I think QR codes make that risk much less. And also, if you somehow wire money to a wrong person, it's also kind of hard to get it back. I know of cases where small regional or international banks have actually been subjected to cyber attacks and social engineering attacks where they'll orchestrate a false wire transfer exchange outside of the bank. And once it's gone, it's very hard for the bank or their customers to actually get it back. Once it's like, wired over to Hong Kong and then China, and then it's kind of lost there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that the risk is kind of the same.
Sort of. Like I would never want to use Bitcoin for transactions on a daily basis, because it takes, like, sending it overseas, like sending money back and forth overseas and doing that kind of stuff, and using it more as a store of value rather than as a currency. I see Bitcoin serving that role more. In terms of transaction volume, Bitcoin is not going to really handle millions of transactions per second the way that you get with a Visa, MasterCard, or any of the other tools that you have. For those purposes, what I would do is layer a second layer currency on top of Bitcoin. So, like, for me, I treat Bitcoin as my store of value. I'll transact business in any crypto that you want me to, but at the end of the day, I need for that currency to be convertible in Bitcoin so that I can store the value that I capture in Bitcoin rather than in any other currency. But for transactions, I'd rather use something else like Chainlink or some type of level 2 protocol that allows you to have much faster transactions. Like if you read about what's going on in El Salvador, like some people, you're sitting there in line at the grocery store and it takes 6 approvals for a Bitcoin transaction to be validated. Well, at the grocery store, you can't really sit there, wait for 6 minutes while your Bitcoin is being confirmed that you're sending it to the merchant. And that's where, like, level 2 protocols come into play. And then at the end, and then after that transaction is done and it's cleared, then you put your value back into Bitcoin and store it safely. And then in those level 2 transactions, they do need to have the ability of reconciling the books. So if you're sending it to someone that shouldn't have received it, or someone tries to take it from you, or there needs to be a way to claw back, criminal activity and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think maybe also crypto suffers a little bit, like, reputation-wise, from the fact that I guess it's first mainstream real-world use. Not first mainstream real-world use, but like the pop culture thinks of when they think of Bitcoin is, oh, that's what you use to buy things on the Silk Road, or like buy drugs online, or pay for webcams or stuff like that. I wonder if there's still some like emotional.
Forget the hitman.
hesitancy. Yeah, exactly. To pay off the hitman.
Make no mistake, the media hit in the U.S. on crypto has been extreme, and it's going to be long lasting. But at the end of the day, using Bitcoin, at least, to try to engage in criminal activity is like leaving the bank teller your driver's license when you're robbing the bank. Because again, it's transparent. So you can go back and you can look at transactions. You can follow the trail. It's all you can query it on a public blockchain, and you can see where what happened. And that's how the U.S. has been able to successfully prosecute, like the guy from Silk Road and other people that have engaged in criminal activity. That's how the U.S. has been able to find them, is because it's dumb to engage in criminal activity with Bitcoin. It's not. Like I said, it's like giving your driver's license to the teller after you rob the bank.
Wouldn't the counter argument to that be, though, that yes, all transactions are public and legible on the blockchain? However, the actual setting up an account to receive those funds is much less transparent than, say, opening up a bank account, where you have to go through like so many compliance checks. You have to like prove your identification, tie it to like an actual known and verifiable human. Whereas I guess like anybody could open a wallet with no, compliance checks. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's much easier to set up a wallet under a false identity than it would be as a bank.
True, but the irony is that the U.S. dollar is still the preferred currency for criminals and for money launderers. So that's the whole irony of this thing, is that it's a lot easier to do this stuff with Bitcoin, and there's not necessarily KYC. But even given the KYC, when you have bankers that are complicit in the criminal activity, no KYC is going to help you catch that criminal, right? Until you can prosecute the banker that's involved in the criminal activity. But the U.S. dollar is still the preferred currency for drug dealers and counterfeiters and people that are engaging in this crime because you can't really trace a dollar bill.
Yeah, I
Or a
can
$100
confirm. I do most of my money laundering with cash.
Well, because you're talking about it
Yeah,
being traceable and in the media like not really understanding cryptocurrency. I remember I was watching, I think it was like the show is NCIS, and they were talking about it. It was like, oh, the payment was used with a special type of untraceable Bitcoin. And I'm like, that's not how it works. That's not how crypto works.
Yeah, I find that NCIS is an excellent barometer as to how boomers and the great generation conceive technology in general, for sure.
Well, I signed up for Fidelity has crypto, and I think they're probably one of the first like major original brokerages that now offer it. And
Yes.
at least once a week, they send an email like downplaying the dangers of crypto, just because they know what their audience is.
Yeah, and you know, like the propaganda from the media is effective. You know, like when you ask the average person on the street, like they either never heard of Bitcoin, or they tell you what they've heard in the media, that it's used by criminals and drug dealers, and they're you know like they've been misinformed. And I think that's going to come back and bite the U.S. in the ass at some point, because when they try to release their central bank digital currency, people are going to say, well, wait a minute. You told us that crypto was bad. Now you want us to use a crypto. You want us to adopt this cryptocurrency that you're launching, and people are going to, you know, it's going to leave them scratching their heads.
And
You know,
it
like, why
doesn't
is yours
help that
good and-
there's a lot of like isn't there like already a USDC stablecoin that is mimicking that?
Yeah. And I think all countries are going to eventually end up doing that, where they have their own central bank digital currency, but the one criteria is going to be is that currency is going to have to be convertible into Bitcoin, otherwise the adoption is going to be limited.
Although, I mean, USD coin is like an independent crypto, right? So it's not like, I think the difference is that it's not been minted or whatever the term is by the Fed, right? I think that would be the difference, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying that like people probably don't know what they're buying sometimes if they're new to the whole thing.
Right. We'll see. It should be interesting. I've been involved in Bitcoin for you know, I started, actually my son and I started mining it on our home computers when it was selling for 16 cents a Bitcoin. Obviously the mining of it stopped because you can't mine it on a home computer. It's been a long time since you could mine it on a home computer, but I've had a fun time with Bitcoin, riding it all the way up and down.
So how long has it been since you mined seriously? It's just no longer economically feasible for like a retail miner, I guess?
It's no longer economically feasible for like a home-based computer to mine it. Like, I think we stopped in 2012, 2013.
Oh wow!
Like we stopped mining it at home because it just became the hash algorithm required a lot more compute than you can get off of a home GPU, and you know, you need to have hundreds of miners that are running ASIC chips rather than GPUs in order to be able to manage the complexity of the hash algorithm right now. And then when the halvening occurs, it's going to be even more difficult. I mean, ultimately, I think there's going to... Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. No, I want to hear your point. Finish it out.
Yeah, so since then, I've just been buying when it dips. Actually, like I buy a specific amount. Like I have a dollar amount set aside every week that I just keep buying it, whether it goes up or down. And then when there's major dips like we've had in the past week or so, I might buy a little bit more to get into it a little heavier. But I buy it every week. I've never stopped. And then Bitcoin I buy, and then I use Litecoin as a trading vehicle because it has nice volatility, and it usually trades nicely within a specific range in any given period of time. So I trade Litecoin and I accumulate Bitcoin.
So what's your opinion, if you have one, on Ripple? And I ask because I know that there's a lot of meme energy behind that one. Wondering if there's any
Well, I
fiction
think
there.
Ripple is like one of those currencies that you can use for high transaction volume to do transactions on a day-to-day basis. But I think the value of it shouldn't be anything more than like a penny or a dollar. Like the value of that should be, pegged to whatever, like a standard currencies, because I don't think you want massive fluctuation in that, because it's going to be counterproductive for doing transactions if you have massive fluctuations in the price. But I think like Ripple is one of those things that where you can do higher transaction volumes per minute or per second, whatever you want to do. But the downside is that with Bitcoin, you have a fixed quantity of Bitcoin that will ever be mined. It's mathematically set at 21 million Bitcoin right now. And in order for that to change, the entire Bitcoin ecosystem, the miners, the people that run the nodes, would have to agree to change that. And it's not likely to happen, because why would you want to devalue your currency?
I thought that
with coins like Ripple, they can basically, it's like the Fed. They can basically print as much Ripple as they want, and there's no limit to how much they can create, because the quantity is not mathematically fixed. Now, it is a cryptocurrency in the sense that it uses cryptography to just like Bitcoin does. It uses cryptography, but they can issue as many Ripple as they want and devalue that coin as much as they want. And that's why I'm saying that the value of it should never be anything really high, because they can always issue more. There's no reason to get crazy on the value of Ripple.
So you don't think that, or rather, you think that all this meme talk about the Ripple price exploding if and when the SEC rules favorably in that case is sort of overhyped?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I hope Ripple wins the case against the SEC, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of exuberance and stuff like that. But there's no reason for the price to moon or for it to go parabolic, because they can make as much as they want, and it's arbitrary. Like, they can do it on a whim.
So what would be like the real world use case for Ripple, 10 years from now, when it stabilizes, the SEC bullshit is over with? Like, you convert your Bitcoin into Ripple and then use that as the transfer of money?
Yeah, you use Ripple as your transaction currency, as the currency for your like high volume, high frequency transactions, like when you're at the grocery store, if you're going shopping or whatever. And then but you store your value in Bitcoin. You don't keep your value in Ripple, because, like I said, the value of it is not fixed, and the value of it can be affected by issuing more or pulling out Ripple at any time. So
Okay.
It's not really a safe place to store your value, but it's a great tool for transacting business.
Okay.
Genome, what color is your Lambo?
I have an order in for a Cybertruck, I have to admit.
Nice. Good. That's good. Buy Cybertrucks, everybody. I have another.
Whoa.
I have another ignorant question about crypto for you, Genome. So I know that you mentioned earlier how Bitcoin, there's always there's a cap on how much there can be, right? That can't be changed unless everybody gets together. But I also thought, ignorantly, apparently, that it was sort of like saying that there is an infinite amount of numbers between, 0 and 1, right? You can always divide that like go into decimals forever. So it's not the same case with Bitcoin. You can't always like
No,
just
actually,
fraction it. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, the fraction. So the equivalent, like what a penny is to the dollar, is the Satoshi to the Bitcoin. So the incremental value of a Bitcoin is called a Satoshi, and there are 100 million Satoshi per Bitcoin. And in the long run, people are going to be using Satoshi, because they're going to be more available, more affordable. Like people are going to be talking about Satoshi rather than Bitcoin because that's like in the long run, each Bitcoin is estimated to be worth around $10 million in today's dollars. So people are going to be talking about buying Satoshi. They're not going to be talking about buying Bitcoin unless they're heavy hitters like Fidelity or major financial institutions.
Black Parrot posted a little link in chat.
Thanks.
Just the crypto basics. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like it's good to bring these questions because I feel like I probably reflect the knowledge that the average person out there has on crypto. So I like having these discussions. So Satoshi really wouldn't be a separate crypto. It would just be like a smaller denomination of Bitcoin. Like on the ledger, it would still be a Bitcoin. It would just be a very, very small Bitcoin.
It's a fractional.
Like I said, it's a name given to a fraction of a Bitcoin. Just like you have dollars and pennies, you have Bitcoin and Satoshi, but they're the same currency.
So if you don't buy one whole Bitcoin, you're buying Satoshis.
That is correct. And that's what I do on my weekly buys. However many Satoshi I can get for the fixed amount of dollars that I spend on a weekly basis, it's how many I get, and I just accumulate it a few Satoshi at a time.
This might be impossible to answer, but you mentioned that you expect, at some point in the future, Bitcoin's going to reach, one Bitcoin's going to reach 10 million US dollars worth of value or whatever, just because it's going to become the standard for crypto finance. So what do you think the time frame on that is going to be? We're talking like 5, 10, 15, 50, 20 years?
It'll probably take a while because I can't remember when the estimated last Bitcoin is going to be mined, but we have these halving events that are mathematically calculated to occur at specific periods in time, and so it becomes more and more difficult to mine Bitcoin over time. And then each time that you have one of these halving events is when you have a major. In the past, we've had major increases in the price of Bitcoin. So, but it's going to be decades. It's not going to be like a year, 2 years. It's going to take a long time for all the Bitcoin to be mined. I'm sure somebody figured it out. I just don't know it off the top of my head. But you could probably find it if you Google it.
And you think it's unlikely that they'll increase the cap? And what's the name of the cap? Like the market cap on Bitcoin? But you don't think they'll ever say, okay, well, you know what? We're gonna raise the amount of total Bitcoin to X amount.
It's computational. I think the only thing really motivation that they might have to increase the computational value of or number of Bitcoin that are going to be mined is if we get into mainstream quantum computing, because each time that a halving occurs, the hash algorithm gets more and more difficult, right? The difficulty of solving the hash that you need to earn that reward for validating that block of Bitcoin is going to become more difficult and the reward becomes less. So
I
at
see.
some point, right, at some point the computation power is going to be exhausted based on current ASIC technology, and you're going to have to get into something like what do you call it? Shit, I just had a quantum. You're going to have quantum computers that are going to have to get involved if you want to go much above the 21 million Bitcoin level.
I see.
Because the hash algorithm is just going to get that difficult. You know, it's like,
yeah,
you're not going to be able to do it with just a regular computer.
Which, to be fair, I guess with the exponential growth of technological advances, that future of quantum computing is not really that far-fetched. But yeah, no, that's interesting how it's always tied to how advanced our computing technologies can be reached, and if there is such a thing as a hypothetical wall on computing power that we've yet to hit or will hit. I don't know, man. It sounds like an aliens play to me. You just need to get that spicy alien computing technology to help us out.
Is that something you're working on, Elon?
And that's the other interesting thing, is that Bitcoin is the only currency in the world today that works as is on Earth and anywhere in the universe. As long as you have a communication capabilities, you can access your Bitcoin anywhere in the universe, and there's no other currency that you can do that with. So if we're truly going to be a spacefaring civilization and go to Mars and go to other places, it's not going to work with central banks, because who's going to be, like, Gary Gensler isn't going to be on Mars. Like, who's going to enforce the laws of Earth on Mars, right? You need some other mechanism to sort of keep the sanity of the intergalactic financial system going. And today, crypto is the only one that can do that. I mean, Bitcoin is the only one that can do that.
That's kind of mind-blowing to me, that the concept of Bitcoin has a set sort of essence of, like, you know how science fiction writers and scientists always say that if there's one universal language, it's math, because it's something that's, you know, constant throughout known existence. It's just funny and mind-blowing to think of, you know, that there probably are other, you know, civilizations out there that have a Bitcoin-like transfer of money, just because it's mathematically the logical conclusion to take money to.
That's correct. Yep, it's based on math. It's not based on what Jay Powell wants to do and what the Fed wants to do, or what Joe Biden tells people to do.
Let's get really weird here, and I'm gonna ask a silly little question. In that future where, you know, we have Bitcoin here, and there's some other spacefaring civilization that also basically has Bitcoin because it works the same, would those two currencies be interchangeable or not, because they would be fundamentally on separate blockchains?
Separate blockchains, fundamentally different.
Gotcha.
They'd be on separate blockchains, but you can have a interface that allows the two blockchains to communicate, and that's what products like Chainlink are for. They're called side chains, where you have like a secondary chain that can interface to the Bitcoin blockchain and allow you to move stuff back and forth.
That is correct. You'd actually need an intermediary in between the two blockchains.
So what you're saying is that when I go to my bachelor party on State of Reticuli, I need to exchange my Bitcoin into Ripple, and then from Ripple into alien Bitcoin.
I mean, in that particular hypothetical situation, yes. Sorry, Human Genome. I didn't mean to take your thunder.
Other people are allowed to buy crypto.
What crypto?
It's all right. I actually have to mute myself for a little while. I got a little work to do here, so you guys can go ahead and keep chatting.
Are you going to be mining Bitcoin?
Nope, I'll be buying it.
Okay, nice. Have fun.
Yo, I left for a while, and then, like, you guys are still talking crypto. It's crazy.
No, we're talking
Well-
alien crypto now.
You
Yeah,
guys
we
really
got,
went down the rabbit hole, huh?
We got Elon Musk's alt here, Blackfire 567.
Oh, is that Elon?
You tell me. We believe it is.
All the weird policies without the billions of dollars, unfortunately.
Does kind of sound like him.
I told him before he has to get a better voice changer because we can tell it's him.
But yeah, crypto's a rug pull. That's an interviewer, Elon.
I will say I've only known one Puerto Rican that didn't sound Puerto Rican, and she had a thick country accent.
Where was she from?
She was from Puerto Rico.
Well, I meant, like, how did she acquire this country accent?
So she moved to Tennessee when she was like 5, and the first friend she made had a really thick country accent, so she copied her accent.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's funny how, like, if you're young enough, like, you could just, like, adopt whatever people are saying around you.
Well, it's funny because I remember I was talking with a group of people. One of my friends I knew for a bit, he was from the Philippines, and he was like kind of self-conscious about his accent. And there was another girl. She was originally from Vietnam, but her mother had adopted her as an infant, and so she's like, and that's why I sound like a white girl. I'm like, well, I was gonna say more American, but that works.
I was
Yeah,
working at this. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, I've heard of some people, like, purposely trying to change their accent, and if you do it long enough, like, it just becomes part of your natural way of speaking.
Yeah, I was working at this like restaurant, heavy country restaurant, and then like I was, doing like a country accent just to like fuck around with people because I had to like talk to all of them, and then it got to the point where like I was just talking like that for like, like a year plus. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and people I know that moved to the South, like, and then came back, they can't stop saying y'all.
Yeah, it took me a while to kind of get y'all out of my language.
Y'all's my favorite Southern word.
You're still talking like that, fuck you, dude. Y'all are crazy.
Y'all. And I accidentally do this thing where if I run into someone that's like British, I'll like notice that I'm talking to them a little bit more like professionally. Just because I'm like, not that I'm like trying to hide my Americanness, but it just comes out that way.
Well, like sometimes I consider my voice will turn into kind of a chameleon. So if I talk to people with a certain accent, I'll start developing it by the end of the conversation. It was hilarious. Like I'd be watching like Top Tier UK back when they had like Clarkson and James May and Richard Hammond. And by the end of the show, I had a British accent.
You're Zelig. Zelig. That was a Woody Allen movie. Look it up.
I trust you.
So at the very least, now that I'm looking at the options chain for SPY, I might actually be picking up some 390s.
390s calls?
Puts.
I bought 450 calls.
Oh, I thought you said 490. Wow. Yeah, puts right now actually look good. Had a weird little pop this morning.
Yeah, it's probably just the IV for the meeting.
But that's not till like 2:30, right? 10, 11, 12. Wow, yeah, we got time. I'll wait a little bit.
That's my plan too.
So you guys were talking about, you think J-Pow's going to pause? Was that the overall sentiment here?
Well, if you look at the daily thread on the subreddit, it seems like it's going to be a pause.
Did he indicate he was pausing last time, or that he would continue raising?
Well, everyone said this morning that it seems to be priced in just based on, I don't know if it was like his rhetoric or just what the market's doing.
Yeah, I would have sworn last time he said he's like, we may pause, but we may not, and that we're continue raising.
Hang on one second.
Tracking
Because
data.
inflation came in lower than was expected. That's why a lot of people are speculating a pause now.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is it rhetoric or is it rhetoric?
It's retarded.
Yeah, so I'm not the most intelligent person, so thank you for that.
Oh, come on. If we're making fun of Sedan, we should make fun of rhetoric.
I'm more sensitive than OIP, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Is it rhetoric or rhetoric?
Rhetoric is much more of a rhetorical question, and rhetoric is much more of the statement, I think.
Yeah, that's some good rhetoric you got there. Thank you.
Yeah, is this the Robinhood CEO?
Bring him up.
Yeah, we already have Elon. We might as well get some more CEOs up here.
Eyes of the Valley was Robinhood CEO.
Oh, he is.
Oh. No, that was the other guy. Nah, he was actually doing a screen share or something. He was picking.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was you for a second. You sounded like him.
Nah, he's got much more of a whispery voice or some shit.
Yeah, he definitely does.
I forget who it was, but someone came on here that sounded exactly like me, and neither of us knew who was talking. It was kind of hurting my brain.
I've never heard Rylar and Opinion talk at the same time.
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah, you can't have the feedback from the voice changer and the mic at the same time. I just had a crazy, stupid idea.
Wait, I hope it's buying 5,000 more shares of FOMC.
Oh, I'm going to buy one more share, but I'm going to buy it at a higher price to see if that increases the value of the stock.
Oh, is that literally where you were going when you said you had an idea?
Yes.
My favorite thing about these like penny stocks is you can buy like thousands of shares, and they just have a funny ticker name, so it sits in your portfolio, and you could laugh at it, and then like one day it could just go up 100%. You never know.
So my one share at 0.05% was confirmed. Dang it! Didn't do anything. Rats. Market manipulation failed.
Yeah. Oh, someone in the chat is asking if we could talk about PBR. I don't think it's the beer.
I love me some PBR. Oh, not the beer.
It's a Brazilian. I think they're it's their petrol. Yeah,
Oh,
so it's a Brazilian
Petróleo.
oil company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're up 3.2% today. It looks like they had a dip yesterday, and now they're climbing back up a bit.
Yeah, apparently there was a report that came out last night that said that they aim to boost Brazil oil output over the next decade.
Okay, cool.
That was specifically Equinor?
Equinor?
Yeah.
No,
I don't know. I'm trying to say it with an accent, and I'm too white.
Equinor.
So
to give a little context to that, just mentioning that the current president of Brazil, Lula, is from like the center-left party, and Latin American petroleum companies tend to do well under left-leaning governments, just because those governments tend to use the oil industry to prop up the welfare state. I don't know, just maybe why Petrobras may be an interesting investment. But yeah, sorry to cut you off.
No, that's some good thesis there. Some good rhetoric.
Earlier this year, Equinor and Petrobras signed an agreement to evaluate 7 offshore wind projects in Brazil that would deliver a combined capacity of 14.5 gigawatts of power. That's just at the end of this article, so I'm not... Fidelity kind of threw PBR in there, but they don't really, unless... Yeah. And then Goldman Sachs adjusted their target to 13 from 1250, which is weird because it's at 13. It's at 13, almost 1370. It's like, I think you need to raise your price target. Maintains a neutral rating on it.
Eyes, are you asking me to verify my New Jersey accent?
We're exposing you a little bit.
Okay, so how's it sound when I say the word drawer?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay. But when I say coffee, I think that's when it kind of slips out.
Yeah, that came out kind of hard.
And also, I've been told when I say water.
Oh. How do you fuck that up?
I don't know. Water.
You gotta add a U in there, man. Water.
Wow.
But all of my family is from New York City, and then I was the first one that was born in New Jersey, and I like purposely tried to like avoid having the accent they had, but it slips out a lot.
Blows, dude. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like move to California for 5 years just to get the accent out.
I know. Well, I was there for a while, but my California accent disappeared when I came back.
So you mean you started sounding like a normal human?
It was a nice run when we had The Sopranos. People started liking this state, and then we're known for like Jersey Shore and those retarded shows.
Yeah, that's all I know it for. It's Jersey Shore.
It's sad, very sad.
I went to college in Jersey. Big fan of the state.
Princeton, Rutgers.
Yep. Rutgers, New Brunswick.
Oh, dude, I've spent a lot of time. I spent so much time partying there that people thought I went to that school.
Nice. Yeah. I love Central Jersey.
New Brunswick is a very fun city to hang out in.
So we can all agree that Hoboken's still the armpit of America?
Oh no.
Hoboken's awesome.
Yeah. Don't be talking trash on Hoboken.
But that's what it is, trash.
Newark was known for that, and now it's actually, there's some really nice areas right outside the Devil's Arena.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot better, but I still wouldn't go there for any pleasure.
Yeah, it's funny. Somebody asked in the comments if like Jersey smells as bad as everybody says it does. That's just because for some insane reason they put up like the Amhauser-Busch and like a lot of chemical plants around the airport. So like if you're getting into Jersey through Newark, that's gonna be or driving through it, that's gonna be your takeaway from it. But no, Jersey's actually beautiful.
Yeah,
central and
exactly.
like the northern suburb parts of it. It's called the Garden State because a lot of people don't know this, but it's got a huge agricultural sector to it too.
Yeah,
like all of U.S. cranberries come from there, for example. And
yeah,
corn.
Ocean Spray is their headquarters is here, and yeah, there's a ton of what do you call it? Headquarters, like even Goldman Sachs is, and they moved to Jersey City, and the place I moved to, I don't want to dox myself, but it's a very like rural area, and I've had bears in my backyard and stuff, and there was some deer eating my flowers this morning.
When will those goddamn bears learn?
Well, I think it was the bear ran away when I like started to like come near the door, so I think that was like a signal that this is a bull market.
Did he show him Nvidia profits and how his puts were fucked?
Yeah.
How to survive a bear attack? Step 1. Find a stock that's performing very well. Show it to the bear and it will run away.
We really need a soundboard in this chat. Boom.
They do have soundboards in Discord, but I think it's turned off for obvious reasons. People would abuse it.
Cough, Swiftix. Cough.
Someone in the chat says bears as investors, sex stuff, or good.
All three, baby. By the way, interesting that Oracle and AI are kind of mooning right now.
I mean, didn't Jimmy Cramer say that they were going down?
Ah, of course.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for Kramer.
SPY's on a mission to 450, man. Whoo, let's get rich today.
Oh, wait a second. It was Adobe and Oracle that he was talking about.
You know, it's funny. I was talking about my 85% gains on the daily thread with Adobe, and everyone commented that it was weak. So, and that was like 24 hours worth of profit. So I don't know
okay.
what.
They're just jealous.
I do think Adobe's going to be a massive rug pull, but that's just me. I'll take puts right before, and I'll post my loss.
Yeah, apparently you need to make 500% gains in order to be respected around here.
I'm gonna try to make 500% loss.
I think people would respect you for that too.
Yeah, why is Nike ripping?
They probably said something.
Looks like a good puts play.
The CEO has probably said that they're going to open more factories overseas.
X20 good partners with Nike. I don't really see any crazy news though.
Yeah, they're gonna have so when you run with Nike shoes, like the microchips are gonna like document everything you're doing. Actually, that's a good idea.
Be cool. They'll tell you what shoes you need and shit every time you walk on them.
They'll tell,
the Fitbit
flat-footed.
They'll tell you how much pain you're in.
So they had something similar, and you put it in the sole of the shoe, and it would track 2.5 everything you did. But I don't know what they did with that.
Yeah, they probably. I would assume that like stuff like Apple Watch and other smart things took the market share.
Nike has an interesting opportunity with their shoes. They could turn their shoes into little power plants. So when you walk, you're producing electricity. Power your cell phone, power your earbuds, whatever you want. Just saying.
Yeah, just like they were doing with the soccer balls down in South Africa or something.
Yeah, and you have one mishap, and then you just electrocuted a child.
We didn't like him anyway.
he was a redhead.
No one likes fucking kids.
He was adopted.
I guess they try it out on the orphans first.
Jay Bird, looks like SPY's got another little uptrend before I start buying some puts.
Yes, sir. Let it ride. I'm just waiting to buy some Nike puts, honestly. I don't see any real reason why it's up. Alright, so 105 strike put, 630 Nike. We'll wait though.
Oh no, I'm working against Rylar here. 450
Yeah,
call, July 21.
that's why I posted that. You guys are you're always working against me for some reason. And I started doing monthlies because anytime I've done weeklies, it's just been a catastrophe.
Well, ever since you started Lulu, I've always been invested in you since.
It's a smart move. I've done some dumb shit lately. And like I said, I apparently don't know anything about women because anytime it's a female product company, I've lost the trade.
It's okay. Next time you make some trades, double check with me and Jay Burbs, okay?
Yeah. Well, the one day,
Especially around 3 p.m.
yeah, the one day I bought at 3 and I saw you guys in one of the voice chats, and I was like thinking about being like, hey, I wonder if they're doing the same thing I'm doing, and apparently not. You could have talked me out of it.
Oh, we definitely were. We were using every force we could to buy calls. Because we were kind of sitting neutral, like, should we even play it? Then we had Georgia. We're like, Georgia, look into your 8-ball. He's like, all right, I'll be right back. He's like chugging a beer, and then he comes back on camera. He's like, yes, bullish.
Sick.
I forgot about all of that too. Fuck, how could I forget about that part?
And then Jeff, he was like, I can't remember. I think he was bearish or neutral, and then we forced him to force us to buy.
Nah, Jeff was saying they were too expensive for his blood, and
Yeah, like he wasn't gonna play it, and then we were fucking with them.
I don't know. The 8% move was over what the premium was pricing in. The expected move was over what premium was already priced in, so it made sense to me.
Yeah, that's the only reason I played it. Was because the expected move was still significant enough.
Yep, smoked calls and then smoked puts on the way down, man.
Yo, ladder day. I just doubled my FOMC position, and immediately after it dropped to 0.0003.
Perhaps they could have held that original buy price then. Oh well.
Those two employees are like, who the fuck is buying this?
Well, I've only lost well, it says my average cost is 0, so I don't even know if I lost anything.
Yeah, that's.
You've only lost.
Apparently, I'm down almost 13%. Yeah, I've lost 26 cents. Oh man.
You guys might single-handedly get that company over $1 million market cap.
Yeah, what's my $2.05 that I've sucked into that company?
I mean, 100 shares for 4 cents.
You can get 5,000 shares for $2.
And you got a dollar cost average into the dumb place. Come on.
Yeah.
So,
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Riley.
You go first.
I was just going to say you're going to be one of 5 at the annual shareholder meeting for that company.
My first question would be like, can I buy the company?
Sure, they'll give it to you for $35.
Yeah. They'll be like, do we have anyone that has 40?
They'll pay you to take it.
He'll be like, please, we're working 24 hours a day.
Let's see if I can't find the investor relations page. Because they do have investor relations. They have press releases? What kind of company with 2 employees is going to have press releases?
I mean, I bet you they're better than GameStop's press releases.
Ouch. They did have a press release from Global Newswire on May 12th, 2023. Business media.
That actually reminds
Business
me.
Media Solutions wins custom training development contract focus on animal health.
So for the last couple of months, Opinion's been complaining that GameStop doesn't do any of their guidance inside of the 10Qs and shit. And if you noticed, like the last couple sentences of the last one earnings call, they actually like went into detail as to why they weren't giving out any guidance, which they didn't usually do the last few earnings calls. So I think GameStop was calling out WallStreetBets a little bit.
I think they were just saying that to everybody because everybody's kind of curious why they won't say anything about future.
Yeah, but you gotta add a little bit of ego into it. You know, everything revolves around us. Come on.
So I went on the website and they have it. You click on it and it says FOMO store. Well, it takes you to a link of Shopify, and apparently the store is closed. It says, sorry, the shop is currently unavailable. Dude, their freaking CEO looks so creepy and like definitely a member of the mafia.
Today's recycled and I have so much fucking recycle.
What time is the FOMC meeting? Or is the press
2:30?
conference? 2:30? Okay.
2:30, but a lot of the action happens like right before 2 or around 2.
And depending on what color tie he's wearing, that could increase the volatility.
Also, how many times he coughs in sequence could lead to indication of up or down as well.
Don't forget the angry grimaces. He does like 3 angry grimaces for a bull and 4 angry grimaces for a bear.
AI Fed chair when?
Actually, yeah, if JPow says the word AI at least like 30 times, that should make SPY go up.
Looks like Ree's almost ready for a pull deck. Ooh, resistance levels right around my cost basis. I'll pick up some more on that.
Wait, so is it? I didn't check. Is Re going down?
I'm doing bullshit technical analysis.
Oh, you scared me.
Currently hovering 38.99. Might have double topped for the mean.
Yeah, my
time.
cost basis is 38 cents. At one point, I had it down to 32, but then I did some random trades, and I have no idea what happened.
I'm guessing top of the channel is going to be right around 34 cents. I'll set some limits for that. Remember, kids, people with the lowest purchase wins. Jay Berg, how you doing with that Nike?
What's up?
You were looking at Nike puts or something, right?
Yeah, I have it on my watch. Kind of like the SPY puts. Probably wait till right before. Hopefully it all crashed in tangent. But yeah, damn, Nike's still pumping, so these options getting cheaper.
I got an order for my 390s at 59 cents a share.
QQQ 350 put, 721 expiration looks good too. Holy shit. Yeah, QQQ's been getting killed.
Hey Ryler, do you have much experience with puts on QQQ versus the shares of SQQQ?
Yeah. I usually do the leveraged ones just because there's less premium and there's a little bit more volatility. But what's your question on it?
I was just wondering if you tested out the difference between put buying on QQQ versus share buying on SQQQ.
Oh, share buying. Yeah. I mean, just the fact that the SQQQ is not going to expire if you, depending on like your time frame, it could work out better. But it's kind of like the equivalent. I mean, it's literally the equivalent of owning 3 times the amount of QQQ. But I would say, I mean, you're not going to get hit by like any kind of IV crush or theta decay, but it will decay if at 3 times the rate if there's a big decline over a long period of time.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for the answer.
Oh yeah, no problem. I still want to try doing leap puts on SQQQ since overall, since the market goes up, SQQQ goes down like almost exponentially. Same with like UVXY. So, but when I ran it past a few other people, they said because of the reverse splits that those kind of like bear ETFs have, it'll mess with your strike price and kind of make them untradeable after a while. So I don't want to get stuck holding something that I can't even sell.
Yeah, fuck SQQQ. Been burned too many times on that. I'd rather play QQQ and SPY.
Yeah, so that's why, like, if you're doing short-term options trades on them, it's fine. But definitely don't do, like, anything too far out.
If it's within the week, you're good. Anything after that, gamble, I think.
Agreed.
Oh, I thought you'd be a little safer doing upwards of like a month out.
I mean, you should be. I just, like, at that point, because part of it, too, is, like, the premium is usually, like, the leverage is baked into the premium to a certain point. So, like, depending on like if you're going further out, it ends up being almost the same amount of leverage because like I forget what the logic was, but like when someone was doing the math for me and said like if you're doing TQQQ leaps, it's pretty much no different than doing it on the underlying QQQ. So you might as well pick the one with more liquidity.
Yeah, any of the 2x, 3x ETFs, like, it's just going to decay over time. And then if you have an option on it, that's time decay plus the ETF decay. Like, never works out on the long term.
Yeah, especially with the 3x ones. Like, I hold shares of QLD, which is the 2x leverage version of QQQ. Or QQQ. I don't even know how many Qs I'm saying, but I buy that one on dips. So like when the NASDAQ crashed 35%, I was like, okay, this is a good time to go double leverage shares and hold them indefinitely. So I'm up a decent amount on that one, and I don't recommend to other people, like, unless you know what you're doing, to hold leverage shares for more than a short period, but I find that it's within my risk tolerance. And part of the reason behind that too is like I've gotten busier and busier over the years, so it's easier for me to hold things instead of like options. Like I usually just anything involving options is usually a short-term play for me.
Does Constellation Brands do the Corona?
Scald with the fire facts, baby. Everybody drink Modelo now. Let's go.
Just got filled in a couple of my spy puts. Let's go, boys.
Good luck. That's my money you're taking if you win anything.
You loaded puts just now?
Yeah, I just got filled 390s spy puts 1 month out.
4 months out?
1 month.
I was like, holy fuck. Why aren't you doing 0 day to expire, bro?
I don't actually have very much luck with that, and the 0 DTEs are either too expensive for my taste or they don't actually make any money.
They don't
0
make any money.
too expensive. They're cheap, boy.
Not the way I play it.
I just go way out of the money.
Yeah, I do like a month out, far out of the money, and it's like easier for me. Like I get a lot of anxiety if I have to sell something within a day or two.
Well, not only that, but if you do a month out, you get a better idea of how scared everybody gets when they start buying puts because, you know, it's starting to look at a downturn.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I mean, don't get me wrong, the 0 DTEs are phenomenal and fantastic if you can play them correctly. I'm just not able
they're
to play
so
them correctly.
fun. They're just addicting, I guess.
Everybody loves a scratch off.
It can be very, very, very nervous holding them because the change of it is so significant. You just freak out.
Thanks for buying your puts. Spy just said fuck you, and it's going up.
Even beginning to form a bullpen. Look at that.
I made $200 on my spy calls so far.
Hey, I have another regarded question related to options. You know how on some exchanges it says on like option calls for puts, like X amount to break even price? What exactly does that mean? Because like most times I break even before it reaches that price.
Your break-even price is strike plus your premium, so that equates to your break-even. And then once you like go past that break-even, you start like juicing in real nice IV, aka better premium.
It's like when you go in the money. So before that.
So your break-even basically once you pass that, you're like in the money, and then obviously in the money costs more than out the money when you're buying an option. So you're just caking at that point once you get in the money.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's weird.
You also have to factor in that you got the premium that you're paying, or the commission that you're paying, not the premium, the commission.
Yeah, it's commission. And then what's it called? Sometimes I look at my option when like I break even, and it looks like I'm like either losing money or like I've or lost some of the profit, super strange for like that split second. And then once it blew past it, then you start seeing your options really take off. That's
To the
why.
moon, baby.
That's why if I'm doing like out the money, I try to stay close to the strike, so that way I can give myself room to get in the money.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool. Thanks.
But again, like if I'm $10 out the money, and if the stock is just going up, $2, $3, whatever, like you're still making money that way.
I've only exercised one contract in my life. I sell all my options after buying them. I usually don't even worry about the break-even number they give you. If the stock is going up and on a good trajectory and the chart shows it, I usually just buy, wait till about 40-50% and sell out.
Yeah, and I also I'll pick a strike, look at the open interest and volume too, because I've gotten stuck holding things I couldn't get rid of, and usually too is like as long as it's going in the direction of the strike you pick, you're gonna profit off of it.
Dude, SPY just shit on that guy's puts. I'm sorry, but
My puts only dropped $1.
oh, that's not
1 cent per share.
Holy shit, my I just looked at mine. It shot up.
It's just giving Rylar a chance to sell before it comes down my way.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, and me too, because I have 450 calls for June 26th, and I'm up 25% now. So
Keep in mind, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
I'm not selling until after the meeting.
J-Pal's gonna run this bitch out.
I just posted my current open calls in the chat.
Yo, cool
You
question.
still got those recalls? Holy
Dude,
shit.
I'm
so proud of you.
I had 300 contracts, and now I'm down to 165. Every time that it's
yeah.
profited, I've been just shaving them off, and it's been pretty nice.
There you go, bro.
I got a quick question. Are you guys holding SPY till after the FOMC?
I am, yeah.
I have enough contracts to cut and then just leave runners. So it really just depends on where I'm at and where SPY's at the time.
So that's another reason why I did a month out, because if there is chaos, I can recover from it afterwards.
I'm also in the same boat as Helpful Haya with my puts. I can hold these for like a couple days and see what happens, but definitely trying to sell them right after the meeting.
The other thing too is IV should increase as we get closer to the time. So I think either way might make a couple dollars before. Just really depends on what happens during and after and where the market wants to take it.
So, Eyes, are you expecting a hike and not a pause?
I am expecting a hike.
Why would you expect a hike though?
Why would they change it? They want 5.5. They're very close to 5.5. Might as well keep going.
The one thing that they mentioned and keep mentioning is they can't overhike it. So they have to see. I mean, it's getting to that point. They have to wait at least a month to see if what they're doing is actually working, because then they'll have to keep dropping rates to untangle the mess. So I think a lot of people are thinking pause here, but not taking a hike off the table for the next.
Yeah, you got to remember that when it comes to them raising interest rates, and then inflation is a lagging indicator of the interest rate, and so it'll take time for those hikes to kind of cycle through and have any effect. So the fact that we're already starting to see inflation going lower than expected could be an indication that we should definitely pause. Like, I could see them do another 25 basis point hike, but what the market's pricing in is if we're already doing this well, and if it's a lagging indicator, then they think that the best fiscal policy here is to pause. Obviously, JPAL might have different ideas.
I'm also going off the idea, or my theory, that the last bunch of CPIs, it's only come 0.1 or 0.01% below expectations, and that's quite literally a rounding error. So they're probably going to keep increasing it no matter what. I don't think CPI is anywhere near where they want it to be, and they kind of know that, so they're kind of fucked.
Hey guys, I gotta peace out. I'll talk to you later.
Cheers.
I think what I'm gonna do is just have a trailing stop on my SPY calls, and then worst case scenario, break even maybe. I don't know.
Also, don't get me wrong, strangles on FOMC days does tend to work out pretty good as long as you leg out of the positions.
Yeah.
Could you go a little bit into that strangle play, the timing wise, as to when you would, to sell to close the call and the put?
Me specifically, I enjoy 30% profits. So after 30%, I get very squirrely about whether or not I'm keeping things. So if SPY goes up, the call side goes up, I try to start selling out at 30% up. And then generally on FOMC meetings, it whipsaws back and forth. So generally it whips up, sell at 30%, whips back down, sell the other side at 30%. Or at least any kind of gain, because at that point you should be up from the strangle.
Yeah. And what time do you get into that play? Right before, this morning? Is it too late for that play?
That's entirely up to you and your risk tolerances. Generally, I do it the day before, yesterday, last night, right around 3 o'clock. I'd be looking at a strangle prices and, seeing if they're priced right and if I enjoy whatever prices they come out at.
Gotcha.
SPY's going crazy right now.
I usually look about 5 minutes before the call starts, or the data is released, and then I'll play one during the call as well, as JPal's talking.
So what time is that data released usually?
It's at 2, and then the call's at 2:30, something like that. I'll look it up. I'm driving today, so I haven't really looked at anything.
Yeah, as far as I know, the data drops at 2 o'clock exactly. All the algorithms take it and run with it, and then JPal starts talking, and it goes the completely opposite direction.
That's correct. The 2 o'clock, the data is going to be released, and then JPal talks at 2:30.
And of course, somewhere around 2:45, a reporter asks a very important question. SPY starts dropping, and everybody tries to meme the reporter.
The one question reporters haven't asked him yet is to what extent the Fed and the other Fed presidents use OpenAI or GPT-4 to help inform their decisions, if at all.
Oh, that is a scary thought.
But nobody's asked them that yet because these pimple heads don't know what they're doing. These media pimple heads don't know what they're doing.
I mean, to be fair, if they're following ChatGPT, they're probably going to pump out a 0.25.
When I get back in front of my computer, I'm going to ask GPT-4 what the rate hike should be and see what it says.
Cool, I can actually do that right now.
Isn't Visual Mod attached to GPT-4?
don't know the answer to that question, but there's something I'm surprised I don't think came up at all was the AWS outage that they had yesterday.
All right, guys, I gotta dip out for now because I have a work meeting coming up. But good talking with you. I'll probably be back later in the afternoon. Thanks for all the insight.
Sounds like fun.
Elon out.
Honestly, when it comes to I don't think it makes any sense to do options at all. I've been trying to sell covered calls on my and no one wants to buy it because the bottom strike price is like $2.50, and obviously it's nowhere remotely close to that. So anyone who tried to do that just hasn't been working at all.
Yeah, there's not much liquidity in RE, especially in the options.
Oh gosh, Ryler's got a 6% gain on his FOMC shares. I gotta see what's going on with mine.
All right, so I got an Amazon 128 call, and it's doing pretty shit right now. So I don't know if I should cut losses or what, because it expires this week.
What do you think you should do?
I have no fucking idea.
You said you don't call?
I'm yeah, it's a call, but I'm feeling that like if they do pause, then it could like blow it out of the water and just go crazy. Or if they hike it, then it might be wraps, and it's gonna expire worthless.
So what do you think you should do? Because I
Yeah,
know it sounds
90%
like
of all options do expire worthless. Just keep that in mind.
I know it sounds like I'm being a dick, but like that's a hyper personal question. Like that's all about your risk tolerance and your own self. Like you know what the problems are. Like what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The way I look at it is if I would take that money to a casino, put it on one hand of blackjack, lose and walk away and be okay, I'll leave it. If not, I'll pull it and put it somewhere else.
All right.
Option change for and definitely not a lot of interest in any of the strikes. See if I just want to try to sell a covered call on it. Gosh. See if I can sell a January 2024 covered call. Going for the $2.50 strike price.
Spy.
So I'm out of my spy calls. I took the 30% ramp.
That up, boy.
That 440 number is daunting, man. Like, it gets there, it's going to reject hard. I'll probably load puts if it does get there, though.
If you did any good, we're expecting some gain porn.
I think I'm just gonna exit all my positions before the FOMC, just to be safe.
Hello. Hey, baby. I did.
Hey, kitty. What did you do?
Hold on a second.
Sorry, I had to.
just took June 23 Nike 107 puts at 30 cents a pop.
Best of luck to you.
I'm hoping SPY goes on a little bit more of a run. Then I'm out.
You got a decent chance of a retouch of 438 or 490 or that 439.
Yeah, that's it.
I had got out of my SPY calls at 438.98, and then it dropped. But it looks, yeah, it is coming back up. I'm staying away from it today. I made my money there.
SoFi did a really nice run. From 450 to smacking 10. That's a good job.
Where can we watch the FOMC meeting?
YouTube.
Alright.
Also pretty sure I'm going to switch over to Chill Zone and stream it over there.
SPY's taking a huge dip.
Nope, not yet. It's going to trade a little sideways, give it a nice little pop back up, let me buy some more puts, and then it's going to drop.
Can somebody get on Nike's Twitter and just start saying some like racist, homophobic shit? Because that went the other way. I thought it would.
Oh no, SPY is dropping. Who could have predicted that?
Yo, eyes.
Yeah.
I think I'm in on. I think I'm gonna do the same thing with you, like the puts on SPY.
Yeah.
I entered a 432 put. It's hella out of the money, but you know, if everything goes in my favor, then big bucks.
What expiration?
I put it for tomorrow
Atta boy.
to see if you know if they hike it, it's big money.
Oh, what was the strike again?
432 because it was pretty cheap. So
Well, best of luck to us both.
for real.
Just so people are aware, we do still have some people who are just not speaking but are up here. So if you do want to come up and speak, you're more than welcome to raise your hand.
Just not the same without the music.
What was that?
It's just not the same without the music.
There's a way to bring the bot back. I can't remember though.
Last I heard, it was somebody with a mod status adding them in the chat.
I think there's a way where if you see over there.
How we looking, boys? How's Spicy doing?
Currently up 0.23%, but on its way down.
I'm a little sad. I can't buy any of those FOMC shares through Schwab. Doesn't come up. That sounded like a fun play.
That sounds like a darn tragedy, and you should call and complain. We've got about an hour till the FOMC meeting or press conference. Anyone excited? Since we have apparently lost the sound bot, I guess I can try to fill the time or the dead space with some market news. Besides the fact that everything in my portfolio is red today. That's cool. Always fun. Looking at some favorite Wall Street Bets stocks. Let's see. Netflix is up 1%. One that we love to hate, Robinhood, is up 2.5%. Meta is down 0.0001%. Tesla down 0.06%. GameStop down 4%. AMC down 1.6%. Palantir down a little over 0.5%. Oh, now it's down 0.6%. Peloton is up 0.75%. FedEx by the same. Microsoft also up 0.75%. PayPal up almost 0.7%. Here's one we haven't talked about in a while, and it makes me kind of sad we haven't talked about it. Bolaru looks like it's relatively flat today. Oh, it just went down 0.04%. Apple up 0.2%. Disney down almost 0.8%. Flex LNG is up 2.6%. Goes down right at 2 p.m. So it's going to be at 2, so we've got about 20 minutes. Isn't that exciting? Man, that good old SPY, huh? See what SPY doing right now. SPY currently up 0.16%. So we got a couple of people who are a bit on the bear side. Curious to see if any of you are expecting a pause or a continue rate hike. In the meantime, let's look at the big movers today. Tesla is apparently the most active in terms of being traded. You got Tesla, Nikola, SoFi, SQQQ, TQQQ, AMD, BWV, NEO, Plug. Looks like we had CISSV is the ticker. It's C3IS Inc. Looks like they IPO today, and they are at just under $14. Wow, I go to the company profile and there's nothing. Interesting.
You're selling $2 puts on Nikola. Well, if you're selling $2 puts, I guess you'll probably get people buying those. As Nikola's just hovering over $1 today. Huh, did they have to do a new ticker or something? Because I remember Imperial Petroleum and it was not IMPPV. Looks like they would have gone over the. Yeah, that was quite the dip on SPY, wasn't it?